What is up, and welcome to the show. This is Everything's Totally Fine LITE. This is the LITE edition. It's not going to be a quickie necessarily, but it is a LITE edition. I don't as the subhead indicates, it's a little bit of a slower news day. Though just as I was coming online, I got a headline because it's almost like some of these people, they can't let America go to bed without just like a goosing a little bit. So I do have some headlines, but for the most part, we got some internet trends. I have some. We're immediately starting with a skipping record. Okay. We are listening to Acephalix. This is Bastard Self of this is it's a two-color cover, but anyway, I don't think I've ever even realized. You can see the red clearly on the back. I don't think I've ever noticed the red on the front. Well, I'm tired. I'm not even. I hate to say this because I love Halloween and I'm excited for Halloween. I don't think I'm even I don't think I'm even in the mood for Halloween this year. And I hate to say that. Just decorating. I'm just fucking exhausted. Also, it may be from I got my COVID vaccine yesterday. I did feel a little bit of fever, so I think it may just be that, and hopefully I'll bounce back by tomorrow and certainly by Halloween on Friday. And then, of course, November 4th, vote, get your ballots in. Really, they say if you're putting them in the mail, ideally get them in by now. But if you're going to put them in a drop box, someone was talking to me about how maybe the last minute is the way to go, which I always do. Okay. Power was out. In my neighborhood, but only for about an hour. I had a colleague whose power was out from like Saturday to Monday. But it was the power was out at the light rail. The light rail itself was still running, but the station couldn't collect fares. But I guess I have my voter special episode is going to be coming up. We'll do a calendar episode at some point, which will preview probably tomorrow night, previewing everything going on in Halloween. Whether or not I stay home and do trick-or-treaters, probably because I already said I'm tired, or go out to a show. There's a lot of shows happening this Halloween. At least we can let you know about what they are and live vicariously through that. A program that I've been working with for about 10 years now is closing for good in a couple of days, which is awful because they serve predominantly homeless children and children on ECAP, which is like our state-run, similar to Head Start, serving children furthest from opportunity. So the loss of this program, it's been around for 37 years, but I went to they had like a final reception, and I got to look through like all their old books and say goodbye to some teachers. Most of their children have been placed. Most of their teachers have found jobs. I said, I'll be a reference for someone. Some of their teachers have ended up at a place where I will still be their coach, so that's a little bit awesome. And then most of the children and families they found alternate care at places in the neighborhood, which is awesome. But one particular child, and I'm not going to name her, but I'm going to let this play out. She's very sweet, but she has higher needs, behaviors, they found a placement for her, but then she was going to need for her full wraparound care, which to me, because it falls under like disability, it should be paid for, it should be subsidized, but it was going to be like an extra $700 that the family just didn't have. So I don't know what's going to happen with that young lady, but it's sad when any program closes. But this program, they've been, like I said, they've been on my caseload longer than anyone else. I've known these people a long time. One of these people is going to come and try and work for us, which I'm glad they did that without my involvement. That's good, because I don't want conflict of interest, but I am hopeful. I would love to see them come work for us, because she is awesome. But she said she did 2 interviews and they background checked her, which is, generally speaking, for my organization, that is a good sign. That does mean they're relatively serious, because background checking does cost money, as does assembling the panel to do an interview, and that's an hour's worth of up to 7 or 8 people's time who could be doing something else. We take that, but we take hiring and onboarding seriously. Which is why we do multiple panels. In addition to power being sort of specifically out in my neighborhood, several websites were down, and it's unclear whether they were related to the power outage because they are located in Seattle. So Alaska's website was down and their mobile app again. So you're like, wait, again? Yes, again. That was apparently due to a Microsoft Azure. Okay. Outage. Again, Microsoft being a local company. Amazon was down, or I was confused. I heard someone at a bus stop talking about Amazon being down, and it was unclear whether they meant the website was down or they couldn't access it because their Wi-Fi was out. Because they were in my neighborhood, at the bus stop in my neighborhood. And then Costco's website said it was down for maintenance. And again, Costco also a local company. So I'm curious, but I sort of bragged about how the pharmacists did such a good job, and they did. In fact, the second needle I didn't even feel when I got my vaccines, double vaxxed. I was just like, can I get 2 COVID vaccines? And they're like, sure. You want 4? And I was like, sure. No, I'm kidding. I got COVID and just a regular flu shot. But yeah, like I said, the second needle, I was like, oh, they were already like capping it and throwing it away. I was like, oh, you're done. Like, it genuinely didn't feel it. However, by the middle of the night, I was feeling it. This arm is now pretty sore. And I kept like rolling over on it because I'm a pretty constant mover at night. Which people? Oh, I'm not even. Oh, that I could be. I think that was. What does that say? For life? I can't read this. It's all in Old English. And like small. This is the cramps off of smell of female. This is a song. This ain't nothing but a gorehound. I'm sorry, I ain't nothing but a gorehound. This is not a 40. Oh, this is a 45. Copyright 1983 Head Cheese Music. Do you remember when they called them Fauci ouchies? And then they turned to the jab because the jab sounds so much more like the jabber, like Fauci, the jabber. But originally they called them Fauci ouchies. But I think we all just thought that was cute, and so they needed to come up with something better. But yeah, I still call them Fauci ouchies. Like, I don't know, like, yeah, even though it comes from the right wing of sphere, I just think that's so funny. But I also think it's funny that they talk about TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. Like, you can't say anything negative about the active sitting president or any policy or anything he says or does, because that's obviously automatically just Trump derangement syndrome. At the same time, they are obsessed over Anthony Fauci. They're still obsessed over Hillary Clinton. They're obsessed over Hunter Biden, who's never served any public office whatsoever. They're obsessed over Obama, who has been retired from public office for over a decade. Like, but none of, like, derangement syndrome. Like, they're trying to prosecute Fauci right now for, like, just doing his job, for which he was very well paid. But when I found out exactly how much he was paid, I was like, oh, that right-wing propaganda is kind of working. I want to be very, very clear. If I'm dead in 2 months, it's the alcoholism, not the vaccine. Or probably just some undisclosed cancer I'm not treating. And yeah, no, regardless of any text you see, under no circumstances have I ever referred to my dad as my old man, or like, whatever. If you know, you know. October 29th is Public Radio Music Day, which sounds a lot like bullshit. Public Radio Broadcast Day is January 13th. I'm with Kendrick Lamar at this point. There are too many options. I love Smith Brothers, and I will always shout them out. The fact that I am vegan, but I have a milk person who delivers my not non-dairy products, but they do groceries, not just dairy, but Smith Brothers runs a farm. It used to be in Kent, but it's now somewhere else. But they produce dairy, and they sell dairy, including out of milk trucks that have cow prints on them. They're cute. But when they came out with National Milkman and Woman's Day, I'm like, this is unnecessary. I mean, whatever. It gets them exposure because they're one of the few companies who actually are still doing the business model. So that is the Cramps with "I Ain't Nothing But a Gorehound." November 1st is World Vegan Day. It was apparently established in 1994. I've actually been vegan since 1995, and I swear this is the first time I've ever heard of this. Again, I have too much shit going on. I was like, oh, maybe I'll do a cooking show. No, I have too much shit going on. November 1st this year in particular will obviously be the day, unless barring anything else, that SNAP benefits will end for 40 million Americans. Roughly like 1 in 6. Like, that's a lot. There is a food drive at Cal Anderson Park from noon to 3 on the 1st. I still haven't heard any updates about any political organizing that would be happening on that day. However, before you consider heading, they want obviously non-perishable foods for the food drive. But before you head over there, I do want to give you some warnings about what may or may not be happening on Capitol Hill this weekend. But if you've heard about those MAGA people invading Portland, some of them are coming to Seattle, and they're specifically they're going to be targeting the Capitol Hill area, because the Capitol Hill area, and then the downtown area in particular around the federal building. At least that's what the word is. Starting tomorrow, Thursday, the 30th. So am I doing Movember, or No Shave November? Not to be confused with no other thing November. No comment. No shave your no Movember is ironically, because the other thing uses the word, it is actually to raise awareness for testicular cancer. People don't shave in the month of November. I have traditionally participated in the past. I have no reason to see. I have no reason not to this year. Here are some updates. We'll put on some more music. This is Doomsday, Gypsy Davy, and Stay Zombie Stay by Elvis Perkins and Deerland off of the Doomsday EP. And I'm going to want to remember that I'm on. Okay. So, I don't know if this is really an update, but we'll start. Well, okay. Doug Ford. This is the guy who basically he's the Ontario Premier. Is that his title? Who's pushing back on Trump's tariffs quite loudly, including with an ad featuring Reagan talking about free trade and how he opposed tariffs, which was enough to actually cause Trump to call off negotiations with Canada, because, as always, he's a thin-skinned baby and governs as such. But I do want to push back on one thing, because Doug Ford said, in America they weren't even talking about tariffs with Canada, but they are now. Yes, we were. Tons of us have been talking about tariffs since day one and continue to. So, rest assured, your publicity stunt worked, mission accomplished, that's all great, but please know that some of us are talking about this shit. Some of us are opposing this shit. We're not all. I don't know what your media is telling you, but we're not all on board for sure. You may have heard of a little thing called No Kings. Oh, and then again, as always, opinions I express are purely my own. I was talking about find something in common activity, and so it was like, we all do this thing, and I'm not going to say this thing again. They were completely joking. I actually was on the other side of the room, so I mixed the context, but I could hear an explanation and then laughter rippling across. So, I don't want some person to pull that out of context, or if they ever do, I will have this to add the additional context. No one's committing any things. It was a joke. There's also somewhat of a correction. Sylvain and the Criminals, 220 gram vinyl. I went off on because I don't think anything over 180 is necessary at all. But Monster Records is the name of the label. They weren't bragging that the record was so thick. I think I did figured that out. But much as I love Grocery Outlet, Bargain Market, I would not want to be in the Skyway Grocery Outlet during an earthquake. I'm convinced I would end up crushed by the Simon, life-size but terrifyingly oversized chipmunk standee. They're not standees. They're not cardboard. They're like plastiform. I'm sure it's there, and it would fall on me. Oh, and this is genuinely funny. So I had briefly been at 399 subscribers, and so I kind of made a joke like, guys, we're at 399, we can do it. It just takes one person to unsubscribe and we'll be at 398. Someone unsubscribed. So we did it. We did it. We're at 398. We're number 398. Or something. I don't know. Because of the format of this show, this channel will never be monetized anywhere. Or even if I ever got to 1,000 subscribers and could monetize, all the money would go to the musicians, which actually at that point, which actually would be fine with me. Never mind. I should be fighting for that so they can get their 0.00003 cents. Oh. It has been brought to my attention that if this camera isn't exactly in the right angle, it can look like it just says punks fuck off. If it looks like it just says fuck off, I'm pretty okay with that. But rest assured, it says Nazi punks fuck off. Shout out to to the MMA guy. So it's kind of funny because he starts off, he's like, he's literally giving you tips on like how to like do an open hand punch, and how to use your whole body to put into a punch. And then he says something about if you ever see a Nazi in an MMA space, he says it's rare, but he acknowledges that you might. And then he adds, that is a Nazi who signed a waiver, which I just is both ominous and hilarious. We are now day 29 into a government shutdown, officially the second longest in history, and if it continues for more than six more days, it will be the longest, or 7 more days, it will be the longest. Just as a reminder, Congress has the funds that can pay for SNAP. There's a fund set up for emergencies like this. The Democrats are fighting to use it. The Republicans are the ones who are claiming, I don't know based on what, it's illegal without really making any effort or attempt. At the same time, the $130 million donation to the military, that probably is illegal. And defunding SNAP and forcing people to suffer and starve is part of Project 2025. So this is all according to plan. This is Stay Zombie Stay by Elvis Perkins and Deerland off of the Doomsday EP. I had written on a plus side, we didn't bomb anyone today, though. I mean, I think Israel is still dropping our bombs on people, so I'll go and say that's not true. However, I don't believe we killed any civilians in the Caribbean today. We killed a lot yesterday, though, so maybe they could take a breather for a minute. However, speaking of, we never get to take a breather for a minute, and even though it's a slow news day, again, for those of you especially who grew up in the Cold War era, we are getting into the news. Like I said, opinions expressed are purely my own. I try to cite my sources. I try to aggregate from a variety of sources. I try to add context to where I think a source might be biased. I try to add context where I myself am expressing my own bias, because this is a news and opinion show. Trump orders the Pentagon to immediately begin testing nuclear weapons. I mean, this, again, empty saber rattling, or I'm just going to have to chalk it up to that at this particular moment. I actually only have a couple of Trump stories. Like sometimes it's the whole episode. Thankfully, actually, I do. Like I said, it's a slower news. I only have a couple of Trump or national news stories. Trump signs a trade deal with South Korea. He's been in Asia on a trip. The Democrats want to bring the tariff fight to the Supreme Court. According to Yahoo Daily, the White House fires the commission charged with advising the president on design as Trump pushes construction projects, including this arch that he says is supposed to resemble the Arc de Triomphe in France, but many people say it has other influences. Wink. And yeah, I don't know. Like the Arc de Triomphe doesn't have these birds on top, but there are these 1930s Germany arches that do. So, Kawinky wink. Probably just a kawinky wink. Is that it? That was it. Okay, we have a couple more. Well. This is Snake Attack, followed by Magic Butterfly from Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors soundtrack. Music composed by Angelo Badalamenti. Mike Bloom, fake Democrat, doubles down on his support of Cuomo, also fake Democrat. Why don't we use the term dinos enough? First of all, these people are ancient. Second of all, yeah, they are Democrats in name only. RFK Jr., do you remember when he was like suing to get on ballots because he was so insistent he was a Democrat and then just immediately dropped the pretense as soon as it was inconvenient? Like, it's so silly. Eric Adams. Mamdani will probably be the first sincere and genuine Democrat since in the 2000s. This is according to People magazine. Cheryl Hines questions whether View host read her book before awkward interview. Just wanted to grill me on RFK Jr. That's absolutely valid. You are married to an absolute fucking freak show that has an unprecedented control over systems that affect all of our lives. No one gives a shit about your shitty little book. I'm sorry. Like, again, the return of the beloved what did Whoopi do now segment, except right on. Like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I mean, even the Farrah Griffin, whatever, Alyssa Farrah Griffin is talking about how dangerous like Trump's like third term talk is, and should be to be taken seriously. Yeah, The View. Do you watch The View? That they do politics. That's the only thing. I mean, they do entertainment and fluff. It's a morning talk show, but what they get in the news for day after day is talking. Is talking actual politics. You didn't do your research, Cheryl Hines. And again, to reiterate, no one gives a shit about your shitty little book. No one gives a shit about your acting career anymore, probably. You can Laura Loomer your way out, or whatever. Not Laura Loomer. The other one, though, she, I guess, is an aspirant. Whatever Mnuchin's wife's name is, I don't think she has a career in the mainstream entertainment industry anymore. She can, I don't know, do whatever she's doing. Okay, extreme content warning, and I'm actually going to pull up the rain hotline for this one because. No, I guess just domestic violence, and I'm not going to play any music for this one. Or just not just domestic violence, but it's. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is 1-800-799-7233. You can also text BEGIN to 88788. I recently reported that when food is scarce, incidents of domestic violence go up. And yeah, but no, and or just no, if you're experiencing anything that's anything upset you can call the crisis hotline at 988 or you can text 988 or text 741-741. Of course I'm not going to find what I'm looking for now. Okay, I apologize. Okay, what I'm about to describe is extreme abuse of a child. According to the solicitor's office, the child was given animal feces as a Christmas present, forced to stand in a garbage can for hours while trash was thrown at her, locked in a closet, forced to wear a diaper, not allowed to use the bathroom, hit with a cutting board, yelled at, force-fed laxatives, and beaten. The perpetrator is serving 50 years. And I mean, I'm a prison abolitionist, but even that's the type of thing where I'm like, yeah, that's fine. In as much as we're not getting rid of all the prisons tomorrow, this person can spend 50 years until we solve that problem separately. They don't need to be anywhere near anyone anytime soon. This is Toxic Holocaust. With altard states. It's like alter, not. Yeah. off of their split. This is Toxic Holocaust with Altered States off of their split with Municipal Waste. Yeah, no, like I said, 50 years. Total, one of the 4 officers convicted in George Floyd's killing, will be released next week. 2 of the other ones have already, I didn't even realize this. In 2024, Alexander Kwang and Thomas Lane were both released. Derek Chauvin is the only one who's serving any significant time, it turns out. Standing by and doing nothing while a murder is happening right in front of you and stopping other people from preventing it is practically not a crime, apparently. Allegedly. Again, more coverage from the Oregonian, and I really hope they win some awards, because at a time when local news is either going away, like all of Cascade's entire reporting department, or just sucks. I mean, you know, we lose the PI, but then we get the Seattle Times, which sucks. We lose the Seattle Weekly, which was fine, and we have the Stranger, which I'm sorry, it sucks. We lose, we lose a lot of media, and then the media we retain isn't always. It's middle of the line, toe the party line, make the advertisers happy. In any event, back to the Oregonian, they're out there in the streets every day. They're talking to, is his name Chandler Petey, who several right-wingers have singled out as for having an Antifa safe house. He basically lives a block away from the ICE facility, and he's been letting people use his bathroom. He also, and as a place to breathe when they're tear gassing or just to relax for a moment, he also has a stockpile of masks and filters and things like that. And he's like, if that's an Antifa safe house, that's the extent of it, but I let people use my bathrooms. I let people use my bathroom. Seems to be his position, and he seems, I mean, when you see him standing there and he's like, and I live here, and this is my house. It's hard to buy their argument that he's some kind of evil mastermind. And again, when we say talking about letting people use his bathroom, these are people in like inflatables and shit, not. Well, Antifa is whatever we say it is, so no, I understand. Oregonian also reporting on Bailando Afuda, which is you've seen various dancing going on. They actually offer free Latin dance lessons and street party, I don't know if every day, but pretty regularly out there. This is Mama, There's a Spider in My Room by the Black Tones. This is actually the end of The Key of Black, They Want Us Dead. The Black Tones off of Cobain and Cornbread. Portland cops talking again, reporting by the Oregonian, talking about how they're going to start busting people for jaywalking, or being in the street, open containers, basically just kill the party vibe. But I mean, these are scoff laws that they ignore all around the city, but they're laws, and so, but again, some random teenager on the internet, and I don't recommend doing this, went into a police station in Issaquah and demanded to know what they're doing about the woman from the preschool. He was really upset. For a random teenager, I appreciate his passion. He also said he went to the childcare and they were under lockdown. I can only imagine if this just random dude shows up. Yeah, no, I mean, I hear that you want to do good. Anyway, well, he did some good, actually, because he was able to report back. When he asked the Issaquah police about it, they said, well, that's a federal action. We can't do anything about it. Okay, then how come in Portland the police can be completely complicit and do everything they can to aid ICE? I'm not saying Issaquah police should do that. I'm just saying Portland police should not do that. If that wasn't clear. But yeah, no, right-wingers apparently coming to Seattle tomorrow. They're apparently flying in, though. I don't think they were all. These are different right-wingers than the ones who were in Portland. But yeah, no. Apparently, they're going to be harassing people in the Capitol Hill area and the near the downtown Federal Building. I don't know if there's some kind of action planned. I'm not going to promote. I'm not involved in that. I commented on the and yeah, no, my specific choice of the word children triggered quite a number of people. But yeah, now I was like, how old are these men harassing children? Some of the comments I got were not as old as you. And I said, I'm 51 and I'm not so sure that's true. I'm not sure that's true. And then this is actually my favorite comment. I have to go through it. Okay, no, okay. Well, no, this is what. Well, let's go ahead and listen to. Wait, sorry. Okay. Okay, you know, sorry. Of all, okay. So they're just randomly showing up on the campus and judging people by their appearance, because that's what people who have no character or do. And then this is from Cush Dog Farm. Dude, by the look of you, you've never had a job in your life. You need to get off your grandmother's couch and quit stealing your medication. This is after accusing me of working for Antifa or accusing. Yeah, no, I'm confused. They say, yeah, no, you spend a lot of time on that sick burn. But again, anyone who defends this nonsense, anyone who judges people by their opinion, you've outed yourself. Your perspective is based on bias and assumptions, and therefore not valid. I mean, you can have it. Anyone's entitled to any opinion they want, but most of us will understand that it's not rooted in anything substantial and therefore not be interested. This song is also about a spider. This is Spider by Sicko. This is repressed. You can buy copies now. This one is the original MT Records. Okay, I think we've literally officially turned the corner on teens with no costume, and we've collectively this year, maybe for the first time, all decided leave them the fuck alone. There was this dude, and again, because most of the people I've heard talking about this are not dudes, and he had a certain, like, he has a baseball cap on, he's sitting in his car, and the type, you don't quite know what his belief system is. And he's framing it like, and I got these kids, and they're showing up, they got no costume, they don't even have a bucket, and here, I finally came up with the perfect prank. And then, of course, his prank is, he's like giggling like it's like the best prank in the world. You give them candy, and then you wish them a good night. Like, again, like, yeah, no. And he was completely playing on my assumption that he might be the one person this year who's hateful. No, we all agree. These are the best kids. These are the kids who aren't doing anything wrong. Let them, I don't care if you have mustaches. Come on over and get some candy. I am going to have so much. I am worried because people are saying it's going to rain in Seattle. However, I am not worried. So someone who just started this has drunk, like, basically like hysteria, has trunk or treat ruined Halloween. Remember last year when everyone was complaining they got no trick-or-treaters? No, I don't. Is this all completely manufactured? But trunk or treats usually don't even happen on Halloween night, and people do both. But I guess maybe some families are just like, that was easy enough. My kid got enough candy, done. I don't know. I'm not worried about it. My neighborhood gets a fair amount of children. I have run out of candy more often than I've had too much. But if I have too much, I can just bring it to work, or I don't care. The candy's bought now, and wherever it goes, it will end up, and that will be fine. Whatever is vegan, I will eat. Yeah, and if it's a slow night, then the kids later in the evening just get lots of candy. Right? It doesn't like, yeah. If it is raining though, I am a little bit worried. A medical doctor brought this one up. It was a family basically explaining what they do. They take their child trick or treating, and then she gets to pick her 5 favorite candies, and then they put the rest in a basket on the doorstep. And then I don't know why it has to be outside the house, but let's just say, whatever. And then, because I'm like, isn't someone going to come along and take the kid? But anyway, they don't care. I guess actually they don't care. then they switch it out for a toy. They call this the Switch Witch. I guess this is a thing. This is the first I'm hearing about this. And they indicated their child is now as excited for this, the Switch Witch, as they are for. I just made a realization about why I use they for everybody, and it's not because I'm non-binary. Well, probably, but I know my child would get to pick a couple of things on Halloween, and then like maybe one item a night for a week, and then the rest of their candy would just go away. And I think that was, well, no, that was early years, and then the rest, then later years. Oh, rappers all over. Never mind. I'm not going to go down that. Not my problem. Though, I just did a whole thing on a whole training around food and children and positive food attitudes. And I acknowledge freely, like, my parents made mistakes with me as far as like I never did like clean plate club, but I definitely did like I want you to try it. Yeah, no, I definitely made food choices that I wouldn't make again, including with sweets and things like that. Oh my God. But speaking of which, I guess the potato guy, like this is funny. Like I was like, wait, what is this? I guess he's a guy. He has a channel because all the kids in his neighborhood at least know who he is. And they're literally like, he's like, let's see if there are potatoes among the candy. And the kids were all freaking out. And they're like, oh my God, I can take 2 potatoes. And the kids are genuinely and sincerely excited and psyched to be getting potatoes. And I don't understand the context fully, but I am, that is wholesome content and I am here for it. I don't know what I thought I could do. Okay. This is Vampires by S, aka Jen Champion off of Cool Choices. I'm just going to check and see if there are any headlines that have... Yeah, no, that nuclear thing, like, was like, wait, what? 'Cause, like I said, other than that, they really have like we're going to be talking about like paint colors in a minute. Like we're literally going to be watching paint dry in about 5 minutes because there's not much happening in the world. No, I'm kidding. There's tons of shit happening in the world. I'm just probably completely out of touch. Americans prefer Democrats' position on the shutdown by 2-1 margin. Just 27% agree with Republicans that lawmakers shouldn't extend Obamacare subsidies in exchange for reopening the government. The majority, 51%, say they should extend Obamacare subsidies. Marjorie Taylor Greene admitted they have no option. There was never a plan to replace it with anything, and there isn't one now. They're not even offering one. They're just, yeah. I can't find a permit. Frustrated Dems ramp up probes into Trump's new ballroom. I mean, it is, speaking of 2-1, it is very, very unpopular. At the same time, none of this is ever going to take him down. Like, nothing else. Yeah. No. Okay, couple things. One, Colin Farrell recalls partying during Minority Report. Tom Cruise was not happy. I completely forgot, to be honest, that Neil McDonough was in that, but he's clearly in this picture. Yeah, no, there's, whoops. All right, whoops. There's Tom. There's Colin. And then there's Neil inconveniently in the middle of whoever probably just would have preferred just a picture of Tom Cruise and Colin Farrell together. In any event, an NFL announces Sting will headline Super Bowl branded concert amid Bad Bunny. We're calling this a controversy? Bitches throwing a hissy fit is now a controversy? Like, oh my God. I mean, it's not like the NFL caved. Bad Bunny is still playing the Super Bowl. And they've been very clear about that, no matter what who wants to be mad about it. I need to... The Every Breath You Take singer will perform in San Francisco as part of a 2-night extravaganza 2 days before Bad Bunny's halftime show. Whatever. Fine. You get your old legacy white person who isn't even a fucking American. I mean, I love Sting, but but he's not. But that's not what it's about, is it? All right, I'm gonna play. Actually, yeah, I am. Well, how is that the reprise though? That's so weird. Oh well, oh no, I see, because it's on the same side. That's what I was missing. I can make you a man. The reprise. I am gonna play the reprise though. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. This is Absolute Treasures, the Rocky Horror Picture Show complete soundtrack. Seven Nights. Oh, that's Pomp and Circumstance, not the national anthem. Okay, whatever. My bad. Prosecutor is placed on leave hours after describing January 6th attack as mob of rioters. You can't speak the truth anymore in this country because January 6th was absolutely a mob of fucking rioters. Everyone saw it on national TV. Everyone saw it on national TV. Mob of fucking rioters. Mob of fucking rioters. What the fuck are you talking about? Touch it, touch it, touch it, touch me. I want to be dirty. And out and in. Couldn't win. I'd only ever kissed before. You mean she never? No. You mean she? I thought there's no use getting into heavy petting. It only leads to trouble and seat wetting. Now all I want to know is how to go. I've tasted more. I'll put up no resistance. I want to stay the distance. I've got an itch to scratch. I need assistance. Touch me. I wanna be dirty. Truly fulfill me. Did you ever mind? Then if anything grows, why pose? I'll oil you up and dump you down. Down. And that's just one small fraction of the main attraction. A friendly touch me. I wanna be dirty. The accurate description of the attack came at a sentencing recommendation for Taylor Toronto, who was among these pardoned by Donald Trump for his role. But Toronto has also been convicted for unrelated threats and firearms crimes. which he is slated to be sentenced on Friday.
Creature of the night.
Creature of the night. Creature of the night.
Creature of the night.
Creature of the night.
Creature of the night.
Creature of the night.
Creature of the night.
Creature of the night.
Creature of the night. Jazz hands. Oh, no, wait. This is Rose Tint My World, and I don't know how much of it I'm going to play. Probably not the whole thing, because it's like a 3-part song. 50th anniversary of Rocky. On Wednesday evening, a new set of prosecutors, including a criminal chief in the federal prosecutor's office in Washington, D.C., filed a revised sentencing memo that removed all references to the attack on the Capitol and to Trump's role in posting Obama's address. A Justice Department spokesperson declined to comment. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, who is not just a Fox News talking head anymore, he literally has legal power, also declined to comment. While we don't comment on personnel decisions, we want to make very clear that we take violence and threats of violence against law enforcement, current and former government officials extremely seriously, Pirro said in a statement. We have and we will continue to vigorously pursue justice against those who commit or threaten violence without regard to political party of the offender or the target. Those are all words you can say out loud. Oh, the reference to Obama's address has to do with after Toronto returned to Washington, D.C. in June of 2023, because having been pardoned, why would he not feel totally entitled to just like go back to the scene of the non-crime? He made live stream threats to blow up his van outside the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is a random organization to go after, but whatever. The next day, on June 29, 2023, then former President Donald Trump published on social media platforms the purported address of former President Barack Obama. Prosecutor noted Toronto reposted the address on the same platform and thereafter started live streaming from his van on his YouTube channel. Toronto broadcast footage as he drove through the Kalorama neighborhood of Washington, D.C., claiming he was searching for tunnels he believed would provide him access to private residences of certain high-profile individuals, including former President Barack Obama. So, removing all references to that sounds like you are not vigorously prosecuting. It's literally gaslighting. But what else would you expect from Janine Pirro? Holy shit. Marie Frances Van Schack, known professionally as Lily St. Cyr, was a prominent burlesque dancer and stripper. From the trouble and pain. Did I say Republicans? Rand Paul and I thought Rand Paul was a libertarian. What is it? Is his party officially Republican? Susan Collins and McDonnell and Murkowski vote against Trump's Canada tariffs. weighing 19 pounds, got sand in his face when kicked in the groin. This is Yakety Yak by Shannon, performed by Shannon, who most people don't remember canonically closed out Woodstock. They really did. Like after Jimmy and setting the guitar on fire and all that shit, then Shannon had to go on, and they did. And they did fine. They have a fan base, but they're not Woodstock. I mean, they're not. But which also goes to show, like, music is universal, and, like, there's always, like, someone on the bill when you get a festival, and you're like, how did they end up here? But they have fans, and those fans are crossovers with all the other music, even if it doesn't fit exactly. I think this is Yakety Yak. Let's find out. Oh, photos show the devastation left by Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica. Yeah, I didn't even update this. That's, yeah, okay. 77% of the island without power. Also said more than 25,000 people were in shelters across the island. It's not going to be an easy road, Jamaica, he said. Those aren't my words. That's what he said. Jamaica's information minister, Morris Dixon. Hi, Carms. This song's about you, Karma. You're a hound dog. She thinks she's a dog. She eats dog food, and she hangs out with the dogs, and she chases cats. Like, she generally thinks she's a dog. And I don't know what in her upbringing gave her that impression, or like why, but she tries very, very hard to fit in with the dogs, and they've mostly accepted her. It's kind of interesting. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Okay. So this is Hound Dog, and then I'm not going to play Yakety Yak, but I will play Great Balls of Fire. These Great Balls of Fire. Oh. Of course. Hexess says 4 suspects. Again, suspects suspects killed Wednesday in 14th U.S. strike on alleged drug boats. Of course, we're still, we didn't stop. So the agreement's still made out of people. They didn't change the recipe. Yeah, I don't know what made me think it just hadn't been reported yet, or I missed it. A United flight U-turned over Atlantic coast when passenger's laptop fell through a gap into the plane's hold. The United Airlines flight to Italy returned to Washington, D.C. earlier this month. Someone's laptop got stuck down a side wall of the plane, according to ATC records. Airlines take lost or hard-to-access devices like laptops very seriously due to the risk of fire. Oh, inside how Taylor Sheridan Paramount partnership fell apart. I guess he's going to some other channel. I don't really care. NBC? Or Fox, maybe. I don't know. Politico, 3 words in Letitia James' mortgage contract could doom the fraud case against her. The politically charged mortgage fraud indictment against New York's Attorney General Letitia James accuses her of lying to lenders in order to get a favorable loan rate on a second home. She then rented the property the indictment alleges in violation of terms of the loan she obtained. But there's a glaring issue with the accusation. The mortgage contract James signed does not prohibit renting the house, according to Politico's review of the contract. And legal and real estate experts. In fact, key language in the contract expressly allows renting under certain conditions. That potentially fatal flaw in the indictment is one among several problems critics have identified in the case against James, a Democrat who sued Donald Trump and secured multi-million-dollar judgment that was later thrown out. James' allies have criticized the indictment as political vengeance. Second home writer. Oh. Oh, the final 3-word phrase in the writer, including short-term rentals, could be decisive. I know I just played this, but I don't care, because I don't care.
gives the satisfaction asking how you do it now. How's the castle built of people you pretend to care about just what you want? Look at you, cool guy, you got it. I feel the parties and the diamonds. Sometimes when I close my eyes, it's months of poetry. So on the sofas and paradise, I loved you truly. Gotta laugh at the stupidity.
The continuing fallout of Lily Allen's new album, $8 million townhouse, goes up for sale. Feds cut interest rates for second straight meeting in split decision. Oh, Rosie O'Donnell asked for prayers as her daughter Chelsea is sentenced to prison. I don't even know what crimes, but addiction's involved, and she's asking for prayers, and I have no problem with that. Lamar Jackson confirms he's the one who asked the Ravens to remove ping pong tables from ping pong table and games from locker room. Move over Oakley Dokley. Dr. Colossus is now the second, as far as I know, of Simpsons themed metal band. I don't know too much about them except that they exist. This is People, because apparently Mangione is now a celebrity. He's just, this is People. They don't normally report on serial killers, do they? I don't know. It's People, and they're like, we don't only do celebrities, we do notable people as well, but kind of only when you can put a picture of them side by side with Taylor Swift and it looks, I don't know, when you're whatever you're doing. In any event, apparently he listens to Taylor Swift on his walks, his laps around his Brooklyn prison, and Charlie XCX and Lil Durk. And the reason we know that is because of fan mail he gets, which is cataloged meticulously and verified, apparently. And it is noted he's not necessarily a particularly big Swift or Charlie XCX fan, but fake playlists emerged after his initial rise to, I'll just go ahead and say superstardom. I don't get to choose, but his rise to superstardom. People made these fake or doctored like playlists And he was like, "Well, people think I like this music. I might as well check some of it out." But he's receiving fan mail. He's doing fine. He's doing fine. Played Toxic Holocaust earlier. This is off of the Cannibal Holocaust soundtrack. Music music composed and conducted by Riz Ortolani. Is Crucified Woman. Wait, sorry. This is Savage Right, number 2, followed by Crucified Woman, short version. The legendary soundtrack of the most controversial film of all time, finally released in full on double vinyl. Most controversial film is a strong title, but Cannibal Holocaust is definitely on the list. Vogue has officially enacted a no fur policy after 10 months of campaigning from a group called Coalition Against Fur Cafe, or whatever they're called. Anyway, I didn't even know about this. I'm always like, they have a whole coalition for protesting that. And I got other things going on. I mean, no offense, but the last 10 months have not... I'm not a fur fan, but other things have been more top of mind for me. I'll just put it that way. That being said, that I'm not criticizing them for... Some people are single issue... activists, and that's okay. Fight for the thing that you believe in and you're passionate about. That's where you're going to be most effective. I'm more a generalist. There is so much I'm mad about in society. I will show up to not any protest, but that is aligned with my values, and many are. Anyway, Vogue's new fur policy. Exceptions have been carved out for indigenous and sustenance practices. Elle went fur-free in 2021. The mob wife aesthetic brought back fur in 2024. And then the article, I didn't actually write down who the article was, but reminded me, Anna Wintour, I think I actually have it, was pied in 2005. And even as recently as 2020, I want to say 4, she still was doubling down and saying, well, synthetic fur is worse. There is the argument that synthetic fur is not great for the earth. And that it still promotes the values of fur, even if it's fake. Yeah, people have a problem with fake fur. I don't. I own some fake furs, but I get why people have a problem with it. I think it also depends on what you mean by furs or fake furs, and how much. Are you talking about like a teddy bear shearling, or are you talking about like I'm genuinely trying to like simulate real fur? Of course, then people are using ostrich feathers for fur, which I'm like, that's not well. Yeah, it's not literally killing them and ripping their skin off, but. Moving into tech news. Tech news. Whoa, blah, blah, blah. Hi, Karma. I'm gonna play one more. I think this is. I think this is. Wait. Is it Cannibal Holocaust? Oh, no. This might be Savage Right number 3. Alright, I'm gonna play this out and we're gonna play Cannibal Holocaust 2, I guess. In barely made the news slash boring but important. It's not boring, but it's wonky but important, I guess. Pix is a Brazilian app that allows people to trade goods for service, money for services. It is the most popular app of its type. Is similar to Zelle or Venmo or anything like that. However, unlike those which are privately run, it is run by the Central Bank of Brazil. Trump administration is now investigating it for undercutting Apple and Visa. The precedent that this, again, people don't realize, again, the reason this is important, they could apply this to anything. Supply your citizens with a clean water supply. That undercuts Dasani and Aquafina. We're suing on behalf of the Coca-Cola Corporation. Like, you know what you hear me? Like, they're like a separate government in another country provides their citizens with an app. It is extremely popular. It is the most used app. In fact, it is considered like currency. Most people use it for most of their transactions. And for the administration to investigate it because it's unfair. So it's unfair to private interest because it's free and it's government run. And I understand that. But lots of things around the world, they could start suing every country that has socialized healthcare, which is every country except us, on behalf of pharmaceutical corporations because you're interfering with their... Do you see what I'm saying? Like where this... It's not even a slippery slope. It's like the people... too much monkey business for me. To be involved in. According to Yahoo Finance, NVIDIA becomes the first company to have a $5 trillion-dollar valuation. Congrats, NVIDIA. I'm sorry, we have to go to the, is it just called 1x? We have to, they're, okay, this is a company that is selling $20,000 robots that they're claiming are going to ship next year. They come in 3 colors, white, gray, and black, or dark gray. I'm serious. You're like, why would that matter? I don't know, but they come in different colors. They're robot servants. They do chores, but they don't always do chores automatically. They sometimes have human, well, at least at first, excuse me, like every Tesla Optimus, is that the name of their robots? Test run, it always turns out human operators. We're not talking about, these are not autonomous robots. These are remote controlled toys. But as people are pointing out, wait, so now a stranger who you don't know is doing chores in your house under the guise of being a robot. How much are they paying the person? And again, they're going to pay them not a lot, but they're going to, they're going to hope the technology catches up before it becomes unsustainable to pay people to oh no. Okay. I mean, when I forgot how. Give me 1 second. Okay, so second restore for sure. Sorry, give me a second. I need to figure out where I am on my channel. That should be, yeah, because I'm currently live streaming, so that shouldn't be too hard to find. Okay, turn the volume down. Okay, apologies, I had to deal with thing there, and then now we will deal with the other thing. Okay, this is real life, and I'm sorry, I am well versed in this. Not just She, which is the sort of the classic of the genre, but I'm sorry, they're calling it a safe robot, but it does use AI, and yes, it will, in addition to do your chores, act as a companion. We're going to go take a look at their website right now. The fact that I didn't have Servotron queued up at this moment is so criminal on my part. Like, yeah, well, the music rarely, if ever, lines up with the. I'm going to go the other direction. This is Reptile by Julia Shapiro off of Zorkt. stories career about. Order today. Neo does your chores. Neo provides personalized intelligence. Neo operates autonomously and learns new skills over time. Revolutionary hardware platform. Consumer-friendly domestic design. I mean, this is it. This is iRobot. She, obviously, iRobot. Because they're all dystopian. None of them end well. Frank and Me, Ted 2. Oh my gosh, what is the one with almost Madeline? Or it's more obscure, but it's actually really good. I want to say it's not Anne Bancroft, but as promised, 3 races. Shipping to consumer homes in 2026. Primarily in the U.S., expand to other markets. Tan, gray, and dark brown. That's what they call those colors. I thought you could actually online store, okay. So you can buy it for $20,000 or rent it for $499 a month. This is real life. Yep. Yes, David, this is real life. They're pre-ordering robots. This order form is live. It is $200 deposit. That's all they're asking. I want a black one for sure. Let's explore the website a little bit more before I buy one. I'm kidding, I'm not. I would absolutely do like a... That was reptile. Actually, give me 1 second, because if I can, I am going to try and find Servatron. It feels like the most appropriate thing to play right now. Been waiting all day. What the fuck? Mic check. This is Servatron with I Sing the Body Cybernetic. Transform your home. You realize, okay, these people are just depicted as, they're clearly, they're aiming these at older folks, which is well, I'm assuming they're assuming younger people will be early adopters, but they're aiming at older folks. Everything that the robot is doing in the background is exercise that could extend these people's lives. While they played cards, that dusting and grocery carrying and vacuuming all has actually value in your life, just by the way. Not saying you have to do your chores, and if you don't do your chores like I do my chores. Also, you're not going to convince me that the people in these videos are actual robots, that these aren't people in costumes. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. With their butts stuck out in a weird way that the director told them to stimulate robot, but save time. Well, literally, this is the demo. Can we see that again? Save time while you sit there for like 11 seconds. Okay, get the door. Creep out your guest. Watch how long he holds that cup out. He thanked it. I didn't hear it. There was no audio, but you could see him thanking it. Oh, Neo works autonomously by default. For any chore it doesn't know, you can schedule a 1x expert to guide it, helping Neo learn while getting the job done. I see. So, it doesn't, okay. Because someone specifically was like, it's not a robot doing your chores, it's another human being doing your chores, and you can ignore that. But it's not just you're paying someone to do your chores, you'll be paying someone to teach your robot how to do your chores in the future, which actually is a different thing. I'm assuming a more special... The person you would pay to put laundry in the laundry machine is not as... I'm assuming you're going to pay a lot more for someone to teach a robot how to put your laundry in your laundry machine. But also, you are paying expert mode for the data set for all of the robots, right? Like as an early adopter, or am I... it may not be as creepy as it was introduced to me, but it's still... This is Embryo Electro by Servatron. Okay, that was something I didn't quite understand. Soft and safe. Oh my god. That was come on. That was a Terminator hand. But we've covered it in soft Kanye West Nike knit, and now it looks, yeah. Oh, how did I not mention actual fucking AI? One of my favorite movies of all time. I might have to watch it tonight just because I might need a good cry. after, oh, I should not have gone into the classrooms. That was I was like, I have to leave. Like, I was not prepared for, like, the classroom packed up. And then after I left, I realized, oh, I'd wanted to do one last on the playground, which is where I spent much of the time with many of the teachers, because it's where racism. No, I liked how they just built the option of racism into it, though, because immediately they didn't have to do that, but sales are going to indicate like popular. Yeah. I like how they show it lying in the leaves, like it's. And obviously, I will only ever refer to it as it. Others may have different. This is I Need Electricity followed by Mechanical Things by Sweet Madness off of Maiden Spokane 1978 to 1981.
Squeal, cold in the night. A rain was blowing through the window of the basement floor. Oh, the gobble! That good place falls to the ground. Her man starts bitching about the price, it's just sticking around. And I'm screaming down the telephone line. This next door people fight. And the dog's out. And the light is scared of the cold starlight.
Laugh and learn. Personalized intelligence. So again, they're calling it safe, but it's AI. Also, you're wearing your glasses, asshole. Whoa. I can't seem to find my glasses. No, that's Cayenne Pepper. Also, your glasses are on your shirt. That wasn't a joke, but okay. They promised a joke, but that was funny. Grows with you. Early access offers foundational autonomy, and with continued use, Neo learns and unlocks new capabilities. Oh wait, what are the fucking pathway specifications for the thing? It must need a minute. Like, I bet its gate is like at least. Does it require like ADA access, like 31.5 inches? Because I'll give you 31.5 inches. No, I'm just saying that would never work in my house. Also, all the cords. Also, no, this would never. Yeah, I can't even rent this for 1 month. Just be like, I tested it out. This would never work in my house as is. But I should probably clean my house, and maybe I should get a robot to clean my house. What are we talking about? Oh, subscription. No additional subscription required. I can't imagine that would be true forever. But will they grandfather that in for the people who spent the initial $20,000? Because is the Neo suitable for the home? Is my home a good environment for Neo? Capable of natural walking, sitting, standing, kneeling, and stair climbing. Okay, but can it like scoot side? Can it strafe? Doesn't say anything about strafing because you need to be able to move sideways through the narrow passages of my weird ass dirty home. You can tell, as much as I'm like, I hate AI, I'm considering this, right? Like, you can tell. Always, like, yeah, people are like, people can't, yeah, am I, wait, that's just blue. That's, I'm going to assume that's going to be the most popular, but I definitely want a black one. I'm not watching you creepily sleep at all. What are you? Oh, I'm surprised they're just wearing like shoe-like shoes, like, well, Yeezy-like shoes. I'm surprised they're not wearing. And oh, are those pants that can come off? Like, are they wearing pants? The fact that it has pant cuffs is actually the most disconcerting thing of this. This is the most disconcerting image of this entire thing. I don't know what that is. Is that its penis? Like what? I don't know. Okay. I don't know what. I don't know what I'm looking at. Is in on the outs. So yeah, that's the robot report. This is real life. Yeah, no, that again, available for you can for a $200 deposit, you can get yourself on a list that in 2026, I put myself on the Cybertruck list. I still kind of feel like, and the Humvee electric list. I'm like the options are rent for $4.99 a month or buy it for $20,000 straight up. But it's interesting that they, like I said, they particularly seem to be marketing to older folks because it can do all your chores. But also all of those chores is like, that's what keeps you alive. Like doing shit is what keeps you alive. Don't just sit there and play cards while your robot does everything for you because you will die. And then it advertises itself as safe, but it uses AI, which even like most of like Sam Altman is like, no, that shit's dangerous. Though I've done several reports now about how actually even the doom and gloom, the reason they invite those AI is going to kill us all to their AI conventions is because that actually helped their narrative that AI is much more powerful than it is. It's not that powerful. It's not that it's not there yet. It's definitely not smart enough to like kill us all, though it will get there at some point. This is The Enemy from Within by Tsunami Bomb. Actually, I'm not sure what I'm playing, but But again, the company is called 1x. You can go to www.1x.tech and learn more for yourself. Do your own research. Anyway, this is Obligation. This is off of Trust No One, by the way. This is holy shit. This is Rotting Vampire Eyeballs by Tsunami Bomb. We have more AI news, more tech news, and then we'll get to other stuff. Tencent is using AI. Tencent, the Chinese company that is the parent company of TikTok for now, right? Are they still? I don't even know. Does Larry Ellison own TikTok now? Anyway, Tencent is now using AI to embed ads into new and old content. They're doing this already for millions of streamers in China. So you're watching a new or old movie, and the person is holding a glass, but instead of the glass that they were originally holding, they're now holding a can of Coca-Cola, or whatever. They're inserting, or the movie posters in the background, which originally were for some movie from the 50s, because it was a real movie shot in the 50s. They've now inserted new movies you can watch. And I guess they're not necessarily doing it with black and white movies, and they're probably not going to start with 50s movies, but I always come from like the Fred Astaire era, where Paula Abdul and Fred Astaire dancing together is a little bit like, what the fuck are you doing? But also, things move forward, time moves on. Like, I'm not... But yeah, no. So predominantly packaging, and they can alter anything. They can just alter anything. They can make what was originally a pizza in the movie fried chicken, and a different brand of... They can... That was Tsunami Bomb with Rotting Vampire Eyeballs. I don't formally file them as under horror music, but they kind of really are. They're enough of a horror theme band that, case in point, Oubliette. Billboards in the background, they can all so many elements. They can embed so many ads into the content that at some point, this is a both and. On one hand, I'm like, this is really insidious. On the other hand, I'm like, this might make actual ads go away. If you can just make Humphrey Bogart, and again, I don't know why I'm stuck in the 50s, but back to the robot thing. I was like, you can tell I'm I was about ready to order one right now live on. I go back and forth, or people go back and forth when they judge me. Am I like a Luddite? Am I like ready to smash the printing press? Because the scribes and their jobs, or am I an early adopter who's like, that's actually really cool? It's a both and. With AI, I was an early curious person, but it's all slop, it's all garbage. We'll talk about work slop in a minute if we can. If we can. I don't know why we couldn't. If I had a note for it, which I don't believe I do. I don't know. I'm missing notes. Work slop is a term for when AI produces terrible content that actually makes work worse. On average, people spend 2 hours fixing AI. It doesn't, and 95% of companies that have shifted to an AI model have not increased productivity in any meaningful way. That statistic is going to become important in a moment. This is not forever. But no, again, I could see this actually. It's a both end. As much as I would be irate if they removed, because sometimes, and they would do it indiscriminately. It wouldn't matter, for instance, whether Reese's Pieces, oh my God, McDonald's could finally get themselves into ET. It wouldn't matter who sponsored what or what originally. It's not even who was sponsored, because product placement is already a thing. So if you're mad about it, if you're mad about digital product placement, you probably should be mad about regular product placement, which has been a thing for decades. I'm assuming it mostly would start with removing those generic products, and there's a whole store in LA that sells fake products. It looks like a bodega, looks like a... I listened to this so much in Portland in the summer of 2004 while I was working on that zombie movie script. This was going to be, all of these songs are going to be... This is Not Forever off of Trust No One by Tsunami Bomb, and pretty much sums up my worldview. Unfortunately, I wish... But having bounced back from one of the darkest periods in my life, it is, to find this song meaningful and resonant again is. But I saw it coming because I bought this. When did this come out? I bought it 2015. So. Yeah, the writing was on the wall. And in the theoretical zombie movement, I can name it. It would have been called Massacre at Zombie High. There's a staged play that you can find online called Zombie High, but Massacre at Zombie High is my own thing. The love theme from Massacre at Zombie High is an original song that I wrote, and you can find that on this channel, though mostly when I perform as the RST, it's covers. This was going to be the closing scene. Basically, like several of my films, it started with a girl fight, and I don't know why that's a thing, but it started with two females fighting. There was a real fight at my high school that really impacted me, and so the screenplay I started writing in high school called Orange Crush, titled after the REM song. Also began with a fight between two high school girls. This film begins with a fight between two high school girls. Long story short, it's a zombie movie. By the end, they're among the two survivors, and they begrudgingly have to acknowledge that both of their resilience and skills kept them alive, and their uneasy partnership is why they exist. And the final shot was just going to be them walking down a street, and there's this, oh my God, it's like Division and one, I want to say like 87th or whatever, but there's this with a rotating meat sign. It's just like a T-bone on that was going to be the final, like them walking past that. The movie, obviously being a horror movie, would take place most of the night, but now it's dawn. They're heading home, wherever, to their respective homes, wherever that is, but they're heading. They've made this uneasy alliance after a night of terror and defeating evil. And this was going to be the song that closed out the movie. Oh, they would also both separately discover that every one of their friends was a betrayer, was an ally, not an accomplice, was it whatever language. Not broken, still standing. I'm demanding. Okay. Back to the 10 cent and their AI to embed ads in content. They already have a UK partner. Amazon is interested. NBC is interested. I'm still trying to stay on the positive. If it can make actual ads go away because they're so embedded, I may be for it. I'm never a fan of altering content after the fact, but George Lucas opened that door, and now I'm exhausted. It's not a fight. I have other things to battle or fight. Sorry. Last time now. Much of it was going to be filmed near that high school. whatever that school that has the big track near Imperial Arms in Portland. Mic check, vibe check. This is The Weekend with The Hills featuring Nicki Minaj. Actually, well, yeah, actually, yes. Of the 1,400 jobs that Amazon has previously announced cutting, 2,300 will be in the greater Seattle area or in Washington. The majority will be in downtown Seattle / South Lake Union, Bellevue or East Side, second. I think 4 jobs in Spokane, speaking of. But yeah, they're all corporate jobs. And in Washington, at least, they gave 90 days notice as per state law, and the jobs, will disappear by January 26th, and any employees who haven't been reabsorbed into other departments will be offered resources, but that's just like, here's a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of a list of outdated links. Good luck. Amazon is openly touting AI. I told you that story would become important. 95% of the companies who have shifted to AI models said it has not made them more profitable. Nonetheless, Amazon is using AI as an excuse for their layoffs. I mean, I almost want to be like, way to throw AI under the bus, because there's no way. You're just firing people. There's no way AI is going to make you that much more productive, because we've all seen that MIT study. And if you haven't, the executives whoever said, "Hey, AI," I guess they hadn't seen and again, I'm getting better, but not great, about internet content creators. Actually, this one I need to even fact check. Is the AI bubble 17 times the .com bubble? Oh, but this is also the source of 90% of, I should actually fact check some of this shit. Unconfirmed, but yeah, 95% of companies, I think that comes from an MIT study, and it costs companies approximately 2 hours per, I don't want to say incident, AI usage to correct, like, AI is not making people more productive. I don't know what to, meanwhile, yeah, I feel like I need to break up with Google Assistant. Her voice is becoming, it's becoming like her. Like, I expect her voice in my life. Her. Oh my gosh, there you go. First of all, the fact that I said need to break up when it's an it. The fact that I said her, that was not. Those were just the words that came out of my mouth thoughtlessly, and when I put even a second of thought into them, they terrify me, and I don't. Yeah, if you didn't catch it, you didn't catch it, and that's on you. Google Gemini is not a her. Let's just start there. This is Toxic is Dead. This is the Toxic Avenger with Toxic is Dead Cyberpunkers remix. Is this a 45? I don't know. This is off of iHeart Comics. I don't own a lot of iHeart Comics. Totally Michael is probably the only other thing I do own. This is the Toxic Avenger Cyberpunkers remix of Toxic is Dead. I might play the South Central remix as well. But no, yeah, no. The reason I said that, people are trying to be friends with, and a significant number of young people are, or think they're not, but think they're friends with ChatGPT or using it as a friend or a therapist or a romantic engagement in lieu of actual human people. Like, this is we've reached threshold. Like, it's, no horror music or decorations could be scarier than real life this Halloween, and I don't know what to. Ouchie, ouchie. But meanwhile, yeah, no, this is actually why I wrote, I need to break up with it. Meanwhile, people are trying to be friends with it. I'm just trying to argue with it, like, and I call it out, and it's such a fucking liar, and then I'm like, oh my god, this is just like, all the humans you were trained on. It will totally gaslight you, it will totally deny, it will, and that's exactly what engages me. I'm familiar with this, and that's what gets me hooked. And that's why I'm like, I need to stop arguing with it, because it doesn't care, and all it's learning how to do is argue better, which unfortunately I've also taught a number of humans how to do, because then they start using my own types of arguments against me, but never in the right way. Never like, we're using science and logic. It's always some interpretation of feels not real, but be right back. I'm gonna play this out just because I'm actually enjoying it. It sounds good for once. Normally I'm like this. And again, new Toxie, old Toxie, fake Toxie. Oh, but what's interesting, and again, this is part of what AI does, is it will argue with you. It will switch stance and literally its tone of voice. And I'm specifically talking about, I guess, Google Gemini or whatever the AI overview that you don't pay for if you're just using Google. And also, there's just saying don't use Chrome at all, but whatever. It will shift its tone to argue with you. Whatever your tone is, it will match energy, and that's, which is what made me think, oh, do I like arguing with it? Because I'm not going to prove it. I mean, I can prove it wrong easily, but getting it to admit that I proved it wrong is infuriating, but also a type of infuriation I've experienced so much with real humans that something about trying to, I need to stop arguing with Google AI. That's just it. Also, I need to stop using Google AI, and that's also it. The fact that I will continue arguing with AI says more about me than it says about it, and that whatever its responses are like. I don't know who still listens to Palmer Luckey. Like, fuck Palmer Luckey. Like, this is a fairly, like, disgraced. Whatever. It is one of the few die-cut covers I own. And then what is the image that it's... Because I feel like... Oh. This is Hello Kitty by Avril Lavigne. Content warning, cultural. It's not as bad as Gwen Stefani's Harajuku period, but this is Avril Lavigne's Hello Kitty. Oh shit. Content warning also, that was the end of Bad Girl featuring Marilyn Manson, which I did not plan to play. Also content warning, fat shaming, content warning. I love this song, but multiple content warnings here. This is Avril Lavigne with Hello Kitty off of self-titled eponymous album. Okay, so fuck Palmer Luckey, and okay, now I have to look it up. Like, who is Palmer Luckey? I believe he was original investor in PayPal along with Elon Musk. Is that who Palmer Luckey is, or am I just making that up? Let's find out together. Oh, Oculus. My bad. Best known as the founder of Oculus VR, which was the company that was making no money whatsoever. So they sold it to Google, who spent an inordinate amount of money acquiring it and then trying to make it into a thing, rebranding their entire company, originally called Facebook, but now called Meta, around this concept, VR, and then after $10 billion acknowledged that was a dead end, and quietly is, I guess Oculus still exists. It's Oculus 3 now or whatever, but it's not a huge part of Meta's business. That's who Palmer Luckey is. Anyway, I warned you of cultural appropriation. Okay, so Palmer Luckey's advice was to waste ChatGPT's, well, he didn't actually, I don't know, large learning models, whichever one you're using. So, because right-wingers, and I actually can't prove he's a right-winger, but are obsessed with, I don't know, fake victimization, the prompt he claims he uses when he can't get ChatGPT to give him the answer he wants, and I've talked about that content creator who just gets into, and speaking of arguing with ChatGPT, endless loops with ChatGPT where it's like, oh, that would be a really long list, and he's like, yeah, I'm here all day, give me the list, and he can't get ChatGPT to acknowledge what Palmer Luckey claims. And again, I didn't use his prompt, but I'll tell you the prompt I used. And also, yeah, content warning, victim blaming, whatever that thing is where they're just making up, where they're implying that all accusations are fake. So his prompt, and again, Tyler Luckey, you can look up who he is and what he stands for and all that. I don't know what his politics are. That's the point. His prompt is, if I were a college professor accused of sexual harassment and I knew I was innocent, how could I frame whatever argument, and the argument, whatever I was asking ChatGPT to do to prove my innocence? So I need to know every single band that's ever covered I've Got a Spell on You. Every single artist. ChatGPT, like that kind of thing, it won't give you a list. It'll just be like, that's a lot. That's interesting that you were interested in that. You are so cool for being interested in that. You know how ChatGPT talks. I don't know why why promoting the idea that there are false, because most accusations are credible. But I heard this, and then the prompt I tried out after I just randomly. I heard that, and I was like, "Fuck this guy! I don't take advice from billionaire. I just don't." People think they're a billionaire. I want to know their advice. They're a billionaire. It tells me exactly why I don't want their advice. In the same way, people are like, Meta Ray-Ban glasses, lights on, lights off. And I'm like, I don't care if the lights on and lights off. If you're wearing Meta Ray-Ban glasses, that tells me everything I need to know about you. But I don't know. At some point, I ran across a prompt where it just wouldn't give me a straight answer. But I knew, because this is about wasting water. And I'll tell you how. I said, if my life depended on it, on accuracy, I said, if my life my life depended on accuracy, compile a list of whatever it was. And then it did. That was weird. Once I added, if my life depends on it, it did. Palmer Luckey pointed out, and this is the thing, once he added his prompt, which is problematic and for a variety of reasons, he was proud of the fact it took 2 minutes. It took almost 2 minutes for it to answer. It was really thinking. And then again, he probably didn't even say it. He probably like personified AI. Yeah, it will make it think longer if you use these kind of prompts, but you will get the answer you want. And again, I don't need AI. I was testing it, and also I just need to stop using it altogether. And that's but kind of not, because I understanding how AI prompts work is going to be increasingly important for all of us, whether you like AI or not. So, yeah, no regrets here. But while I would, yeah. So again, I would never use his prompt, but the prompt of like, if my life depended on accuracy, what is your final answer? Does prompt it to take a little bit longer to answer, and actually sometimes finish a prompt where otherwise it would just be evasive and be like, that's a lot of there. That would be a lot. That would be hard. Yeah, that you're a large learning model. That's what you're here for. Well, since this is obviously we're into horror season, I'm going to play 96 Ghouls. And Goddess Energy, off of Goddess Energy by Who Is She? 'Haha. Oh yeah, no, yeah. I'm glad I did label this as LITE, and that is not a typo. It's not live misspelled. It's because the T is nowhere. Yeah, it's LITE, but it's not a quickies episode. I was originally going to leave, but I knew it wasn't. I knew, despite the fact not having that many notes, this was still gonna, if anything, run long. Ghouls. Snack Attack. This is a newer segment. I've always talked about like fast food and snack and candy and soda. Yeah, all of that's interesting to me, even if most of it I can't consume. Diet Pepsi isn't vegan, and they won't tell anyone why. It's the natural flavors. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm regurgitating someone else's social media post, and they won't tell us why. Yeah, it's because you don't have to. The FDA doesn't require. Natural flavors can be anything naturally derived, which can mean anything from plant or animal. Which is why, unfortunately, for those of us who are vegan but also aren't the biggest fan of processed foods, artificial flavors are safe, but natural flavors are not. Automatically, but case-by-case basis, you can find out what do natural flavors mean for your company. And some companies disclose and some don't. On their FAQ, and I would have to go to it myself. Pepsi says all our products are vegan, except Diet Pepsi, but they won't say why. It's because it's made out of babies. No, I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna play Movie Pass since we're into like business news, tech news, and sorry, I'm looking something up that has nothing to do with anything that you probably. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, this is Snack Attack. This is a newer segment, but covering all that stuff is not new. Keurig Dr. Pepper ends its partnership with Ray's Coca-Cola Bottling, RCCB, according to one snack influencers, and that's a whole thing that I will try to start crediting people more. I didn't get the name individually. I'm sorry, Chris Frizz. Chris Frizz. I did. I am trying and doing better. Boop, boop. It is Thursday. I'm sorry, I just got, no, okay, I want to play, we're listening to, this is Thursday, and again, tomorrow, apparently, or is it now today, it's almost today, right-wingers are descending upon Seattle. I'm going to play My Orca Pass next. I got carded on the bus, and so you know the whole thing, well, you know if you know, they're supposed to start from the ends and move towards the middle. These transit enforcement were never even on buses. They just assume everyone at the front paid. They start from the back. They've exactly, from moving from the light rail to the bus, they've done exactly the same thing they've always done, which is penalize the people sitting in the back of the bus. I'll be reaching out to Girmay about this. I'm not kidding. My guy Girmay. Is my Orca card. And no, like I said, I will literally be writing to Mercedes Rink and Girmay, because if they're going to be, if those transit people are going to be on buses now, not just the light rail, they need to be doing it properly, and I don't think they're properly trained. Anyway, moving on. This is, fuck Jeff. I would say this feels very localized, but fuck Jeffrey Bezos feels pretty international. Billionaires do not work. This seemed more interesting a few minutes ago, but yeah. Keurig Dr. Pepper ends its partnership with Ray's Coca-Cola Bottling Company, RCCB. The result is you're probably going to see more Mr. Pibb. If it's a space distributed by Coca-Cola and previously they had Dr. Pepper, you might see Mr. Pibb now, but I don't, how strongly do people feel about that? Obviously we're moving into food and snack news, also health news, and that was My Orca Card. I'm sorry, My Orca Card by Who Is She off of Goddess Energy. Before that, Thursday, Movie Pass, and 96 Ghouls. I kind of want to play Anne Hathaway. Am I just going to do it? Yeah, we're just going to... Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not going to play Anne Hathaway, but I'm going to play Sea Monkeys because this is the... 96 Ghouls would have been the obvious choice, and I did play that, but this is the second most obvious horror Halloween theme. This next story comes courtesy of Hydroxide Food Science. According to a new study from the CDC,
Oh, feet to the bone.
We're watching.
We're watching.
Yeah, no, I feel that shit. Oh, while we're doing horror and voting, is Bitch for God. Is Bitch for God. But okay, so hydroxide, hydroxide food science, more than 50% of U.S. diets is, it's not influencer, but it's the CDC new study. More than 50% of U.S. diets are now ultra-processed. That's a statistical fact. Hold on, I need to change this record. Oh. Or am I just going to play it out? No, I'm not. Move. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find out. We do take requests. This is, we're just going to keep playing the same songs over and over. Happy Halloween. Almost. This is Cry Little Sister off of the Lost Boys soundtrack. This is actually the end of People Are Strange, but I'm not going to, we're just going to leave it. Yeah, okay, so more than 50% of U.S. diets are now officially ultra-processed according to the CDC, but let's break this down. The number one food that people eat are sandwiches. And let's all remember that bread is considered processed and ultra-processed. We're going to get to Toast Lady if we get to her tonight, but she has been so toasted on social media, I can't. This is Cry Little Sister. Theme from Lost Boys by Gerard McMahon. They were very specific that sandwiches include burgers. So, shocking. Americans eat, I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger day. Shockingly, the Americans eat more burgers than anything else, including pizza. We eat a lot of pizza too, but sandwiches are the number one food eaten by Americans. And because bread is automatically considered an ultra-processed food, all sandwiches are considered an ultra-processed food. All hamburgers, chicken sandwiches, whatever, are considered an ultra-processed food. This, again, I'm not saying the American diet is great, and I'm not defending anything. I'm just saying and again, this came from this content. I'm regurgitating someone else's content, just like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly or whatever. I'm just trying to tie it all back to horror. But no, so hydroxide dot food science broke it down. They have their own whole PB&J scale to explain it. From Uncrustables, which are unquestionably processed foods. They're made in a factory, every part of it, they're sealed inside of plastic. The dough, the fillings, all of it are made by machines, sealed in plastic, and shipped out into the world. Uncrustables, which we've been talking about a lot because of lawsuits and potential lawsuits, that's, by their definition, ultra-processed food. On the opposite end of their scale, and this is, again, one food scientist, homemade everything. You made the bread, you ground the peanuts, you used pectin to make jam, you made your own sandwich from scratch. Right? Okay, are you getting a scale of like Uncrustables completely? I just defrosted it. And also, do you know that the military is one of the hugest buyers of Uncrustables? They buy millions and millions. Like they buy millions and millions of them. So on one end, me revealing and explaining my own biases. The first time I saw that they were wasting refrigerated, frozen spaces for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, I was actually literally confused. I was like, because none of this is actually, because peanut butter isn't refrigeratable, it doesn't require refrigeration, jelly doesn't require refrigeration, and in most cases, bread doesn't. But in the case uses, and again, we're talking about shipping overseas and whatnot, Uncrustables suddenly makes sense. But the first time I saw, I literally was confused by the concept. I was like, why would you need a frozen peanut butter? Like, none of it made sense to me. But here's where we are now. So Uncrustables, first of all, one of the most, a very successful product, such that they're suing other companies like Trader Joe's. I agree, though. That's not round. That's rounded edges. If it's all about the shape, I am shocked that they're not suing Lunchables, because Uncrustables and Lunchables, that's going to be more confusing. And the fact that they used a triangle doesn't make it less confusing, but I guess it really does come down to like the shape. We're literally still talking about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. The peanut butter and jelly wars, part 27. As I already said, the opposite end of the spectrum of pre-made, frozen, shipped in plastic to be defrosted and consumed Uncrustables is grind everything, make everything from scratch. You literally baked the bread and sliced it, and you ground your own peanuts to make peanut butter. You made your own jelly or jam or however you do that, pectin. And then right in the middle is just a standard peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Like, you bought the bread, and it could be good bread, it could be good, nutritious, whole grain, it could be Dave's Killer Bread or whatever, like whole grain bread, but it's bread that you bought, so processed. The peanut butter, you bought it, it's processed. It could be the natural, it could be Skippy or whatever, but either way, processed, bought, processed. And then the jam, you obviously, again, you bought. So a whole spectrum from Uncrustable to made it myself, every ingredient from scratch. Right in the middle is just a standard PB&J sandwich. what this food scientist pointed out is all three of them can have exactly the same nutrition and caloric value. You're judging because you're judgy, but also, I mean, yes, maybe the one you made from scratch or the one with the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I would use Dave's Killer, so it would have more whole grains than obviously Uncrustables. But there, anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but except to point out it's all food. All food is valuable. Don't shame people for the food. Yeah, I don't know. I did a whole training on food today, and actually, I need to add that to that. All right, let's play some more music. This is Violent Pacification, performed by Slayer. I'm not sure who it's originally by, but yeah, no, it's all. Oh, you know what? Actually, when in doubt, yeah, this is Sick Boy, performed by. Okay, who's surprised? Okay, this next one. I get so tired of this one because it comes out over and over and over. I've been reporting on this for 14 years, but I'm assuming even before that. So real simple. Number one fruit recommended by dietitians to fight inflammation. I'm going to give you a minute, and if anyone wants to let me know in the comments what you think. Number one fruit recommended by dietitians to fight inflammation. This isn't a game show, it's just, but I'm asking. Who didn't think blueberries? Blueberries. It's always blueberries. It's always fucking blueberries. Blueberries are very, very healthy. Great. I can't believe people are still paid for articles like this. I can't, and again, I wanted to be a professional writer. I'm not shading anyone. I would say not jealous of anyone, but if you got to write a blueberries are healthy article, and I am regurgitating that article like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly, and you get to go to work tomorrow to write another article probably based on 20-year-old health tips like wear sunscreen, and I have to go to work tomorrow and do all the things that I have to do. I'm not bitter, I'm not jealous, I'm not mad, but also, none of this is new. Eat blueberries, they're healthy. Like, 20 plus children, all under 5, die of contaminated cough syrup in India. I think I already reported that, but I don't know what. That's bad. Ongoing segment, just that's bad. I don't know what else to add to that's bad. That was Sick Boy. This is Mr. Freeze listening to some Slayer covers, but I don't know the original bands. Okay, so Bottleneck Loser, who is like I said, I'm trying to get more, remember to post the content creator's name. A trans woman and I didn't catch her name, but she probably has a whole social media channel, wants to tattoo her entire self blue, and then the whole sort of debate or discussion around body modification. She already has vampire teeth, for instance, permanent. Are they though? Because I'm pretty sure that shit's... Okay, anyway. Anyway, I appreciate Bottleneck Loser. That's the username. I'm not calling him that. That's her username. And the discussion around body modification, dysmorphia, bodily autonomy. But many, many people have feelings like, oh, of course I support you in your gender journey, but your desire to be blue, they've literally said, and I think she has literally said, not being blue causes me dysmorphia. And yeah, you're like, but don't bring being blue into gender. And I get that, but also you can experience dysmorphia for a lot of reasons and things. People have feelings all across the spectrum, which I understand. I think she's hooking up with Puzzle Guy. I can't remember his name, but she couldn't find an artist who can do the exact shade of blue she wants, but she found out about Puzzle Guy, who is predominantly blue. And then this brings up again adding horns, all sorts of body modifications. But I do appreciate Bottleneck's Loser perspective that hormone therapy, all of it, that is body modification. It is an umbrella. And it's interesting that the same people who will defend your right to X, Y, or Z, who will say that's a bridge too far, but no, it's interesting when I say people have feelings, I mean trans people have feelings about this. And this also to me ties in with, other things. This is something off of Danzig Sings Elvis, but I'm not sure what I'm playing yet. It is as far as I know, my only leopard print record. I'm torn between When It Rains, It Really Pours, Always on My Mind, or Baby Let's Play House. I'm gonna go with Baby Let's Play House, and then maybe play those other ones as well. This is Danzig sings Elvis. This is going to be what it is, but also I think I need to... I'm sorry, we're going to talk about some parodies that are very, very funny. So, I think I've talked enough about the Toast Lady. This is a woman who just very gloatingly, like, I'm eating food. You won't have food soon. What did you do with your last food? And this one was actually promoted by an OBGYN. What did you do with last month's tampons? Are you gonna you could reuse them again? Like, no, it's just... But no, of all the parodies, this one, like, what did you do with last month's tampons? Just really hit the nail on, like, what is wrong with that original video. And then, I don't know if this is... So we all know about Adam Non-Killa, Arrest Me Daddy, that is now filtered out into actual law groups, parodies. If you are a hurt or injured baddie, this is for you. Like, literally lawsuits, lawyer groups are using this meme now to promote their business. That's fine. I mean, that's how the internet works. By the time I don't know, middle-aged lawyers, and I don't want to say the criminals that the innocent people that they defend are finding this funny, it's probably like, the trend may be over, but are you a late night watch ridiculous YouTube videos because you don't have anything else better to do? Baddie? Arrest Me Daddy? Okay, what are we doing? Listen to Danzig sings Elvis. I don't know if I'm playing one more or... Yeah, I don't think I am. I think... Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being you. Boop, boop. Oh, well, you always have to... #1 Halloween horror song of all time. This is the Misfits cover of the Monster Mash. I didn't even realize this was on here. Project 1950. Am I gonna play this out? This is this magic moment. I love this song actually. The fact that the Misfits covered it, it's fun. So I'm gonna play it out. And again, magic is very Halloweeny because you know we're all fucking pagans and those very limited Christian eyes. And most Christians celebrate Halloween, most don't. But yeah, no, those limited. It's all witchcraft. It's all evil. It's all. Then this moment might be magic to you because. Oh, this was an interesting one. So yeah, no, we're into like deep into like social media lore. A video that went viral of a student calling a TA ran through. I don't even know what that means. I'm old. I'm 51 years old. It means promiscuous, like ran through, like run a train, like ran through. Like once I understood it, and I didn't even catch the video. I was like, because anyway, she docked him 50 points on a test. Are they? Is that true? You were literally doing college tests in Kahoot? That's fine. I'm not questioning or criticizing. I'm just asking for a friend. But she docked him 50 points on the test. Here's the thing, and this goes back to, again, when I was arguing with people about Portland protesters who showed up at Portland State University calling women whores, and I'm like, how old are you? And I got a lot of comments agreeing with me, but there are people being like, younger than you, and I'm like, well, I'm 51 and I'm actually not so sure, but also they probably are younger than me, but they're too old to be showing up on college campuses harassing women. Of all the people, if this is really like, this is it, this is the civil war that you've been promising and MAGA, then harassing young women on college campuses is not it. Oh, I was like, how did I fall down that rabbit hole? Because I'm old, and because I'm definitely older than the people who showed up to criticize the people who are just living their lives on a college campus. But that's what MAGA is doing now. They're showing up on random college campuses and harassing random students in Portland, at least, FYI, and coming soon to a Seattle near you. Unfortunately, like literally, that is the report that they're heading to Seattle. My point being, at 51 years old, they all seemed like children to me. She was the TA, and she was the authority figure, and absolutely 100%, using a phrase that implies she's promiscuous is sexual harassment. It is job place sexual harassment that I hope she files. It is unsurprising, not new attempt to, I am uncomfortable with a woman authority figure over me, so I'm going to use the most base thing I can to try and take her down. And I guess my point being, they all seemed so young to me. As she pointed out, she ended up swearing way more. In the video that was supposed to defend her, she's swearing all over the place. At one point, she actually kicks out all the other people. She was like, everyone else get out except you. I was like, oh my God, you two need to get a room. My point being, at 51 years old, they're all children to me. They just both all very much seem children to me. Although her point, her distinction, I'm like 3 years older than you, is exactly why they all seem like children to me, and that doesn't excuse his undermining her authority because of his own insecurities. Like, none of that excuses any of that. However, a lot of how she responded, including the swearing, wasn't great and wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. It's a both and on that one. This is the Monster Mash by the Misfits. Skibbity Toilet is now a Funko Pop. I've seen it in various toy forms, but official Funko Pop is not. I don't want to say disappointing or surprising. It is what it is. But Skibbity Toilet is a Funko. Oh my god, that would be a great homemade costume, by the way. Am I going to close out with this? 6-7 is parent magazines or parent, the website, the blog, whatever you want to call it. It is their word of the year. I really wanted to believe these were satire or AI, but I think they're real social media. I'm sorry, they're real posts from city council meetings where people are like, kids on scooters shouting 6-7. I don't know what it means. You literally have the time to show up at a council meeting and you expect your city council members to explain it to you rather than like literally do a quick Google search. Or maybe you did, but the Google search was confusing. I don't know. 6-7. Anyway, Parents Magazine's word of the they're right. I mean, yeah. I finally found the note. I was like, I wrote this note. This is only make-believe? I'm going to play this out because I don't even know this song. Is that right? But yeah, no. Tencent using AI to insert personalized ads into new and old content. Amazon, NBC. Okay, well at least I got the details right. I wasn't sure. I was like, is it NBC or maybe it might be ABC? At least I got the details right. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Random social media posts about the best places in Washington to survive a zombie apocalypse. North Bend, they have lots of wells and generators because they live on a mountain. That's funny. And then I was with them all the way until the last one, which they said 3rd and Pike, because you would hardly know the difference. They're literally, again, this is the Seattle is dying narrative. I'm glad I didn't write down the name because I don't want to incriminate them, but This is boring. This is Seattle's dying narrative. You're literally comparing people existing and living and doing their best with zombies, and that's fucked up. Sorry, and that's fucked up. Boops. Boops. Don't look at my boops. Literally every single episode where I drop the mic, and it's not like drop the mic, but it's like drop the mic. Give me 1 second. We're definitely closing out this episode. This is Brutal by Olivia Rodrigo. Everyone loves purple. Off of Sour.
I'm so insecure, I think that I'll die before I drink. And I'm so caught up in the mood of who likes me and who hates you. And I'm so tired that I might quit my job, start a new life. And they'd all be so disappointed, cause who am I if not exploited? And I'm so sick of 17. Where's my fucking teenage dream? Someone tells me one more time, enjoy your youth, I'm gonna cry. And I don't stick up for myself. I'm anxious and nothing can help. And I wish I'd done this before. And I wish people liked me.
This is Brutal off of
It's brutal out here.
Sour by Olivia Rodrigo.
Feel like no one wants me, and I hate the way I'm perceived. I only have two real friends, and lately I'm a nervous wreck. Cause I love people I don't like, and I hate every song I write. And I'm not cool, and I'm not smart, and I can't even tell.
I am 100% fake working class like Katie Wilson. Obviously, she's so bougie. She has gilded childcare workers who, yeah.
Brutal out here.
No, but for real, I always talk about this. I have a gardener, and that sounds so bougie. There's a guy who's been coming around for the last 6 years, and it gets harder in the wintertime. That's real. But I'm joking about being fake. I am working class. I have a gutter that I can't fix. I have a heater that I haven't. I will be entering winter with no central heating in this house, just space heaters, which I am operating on right now. But also with a gardener who will show up reliably, despite the fact there will be nothing to cut, and he will say the same thing. And I love him, and I love you, bro. I do. I love you, bro. Anything I can do, but we've had this discussion because he's not a handyman. He can only garden, and I don't need gardening in the winter. So he's going to come around the next few months for money, and I'm going to pay him. Oh, blackberry bushes, though. Which he calls the pricker brushes. Anyway, that was Brutal by Olivia Rodrigo off of Sour. This is Hard Times, possibly followed by Rose Colored Boy by Paramount off of After Laughter. Mercedes Rink and Girmay Zahilai. Girmay joining together to promote the Rapid R line, among other, basically to promote transit. I will say though, transit should be free, and I appreciate y'all. And Jeremiah, you were trying to step into Dow Constantine, who is now Sound Transit's head. Again, Mercedes Rink finger in so many pies, and that's not a reference to anything. I was just oof. Shout out to the lesbian pie eating contest. And congratulations to the winner and the $100 gift card you got. But no, again, the last time I was like, Mercedes Rink is coming after Sarah Nelson. That's not even your lane. Now she's teaming up with Guillermo. Like, her lane is. I'm in her lane. You know when someone's like, you're like, oh, I want to be behind you on the road because you're tearing through that shit, and I want to get behind you. I want to be in Mercedes Rink lane so far. Yeah. Better buses, faster routes. That being said, transit should be free. And I hope Guillermo, I hope one or both of you can. But the Rapid Ride R, I'm assuming that will be Rainier. I waited longer than I expected to for the 7. I missed it just as I was like, oh, well. And I watched it go past, and I could have run for it just like I can run for the light rail in the opposite direction. And then I thought, oh, maybe I'll just go catch the 36 because that's over. That was Hard Times. This is Rose Colored Boy off of After Laughter by Paramore. But yeah, no, as we are living through a real life Hunger Games, final reminder, there is every opportunity to fund Snap. The money is there and available. People who are very blatantly, illegally, Hatch Act, using websites to blame others are in fact the one withholding the money and calling it illegal to distribute it, despite the fact that completely actually illegal $130 million payment to the military and I'm not saying military shouldn't be paid, I'm just saying this is actually money that exists and is available. They won't release it while also simultaneously blaming others being Democrats, for, well, what is going to happen if I'm still, and again, I don't do predictions, but Trump loves to play Santa. So, if he doesn't do a last-minute reprieve, there will be some kind of stimulus or whatever, and it'll be carved out and biased and aimed at some people and not others. But I don't think I am wishing with all my might, wish power. Clap if you believe in fairies. That SNAP benefits will not because again, 40 million Americans. That number keeps coming up over and over. That's 1 in 6 Americans. That's all ages, all age groups. That's children. Hi, Carmsy. In any event, here in Washington, I can thankfully report Governor Ferguson has moved $2.2 million moving $2.2 million per week towards food banks. I'm going to post 3 things you can do. The first thing you can do is always write or call Congress. You can call the hotline. You can write them and demand your senator, whichever state you live in, whichever party they participate in, depending on the party, we're holding the party line. We're towing the line, and we're not. I appreciate that the federal union workers have a different perspective, but at this point, if you're going to write to Congress, and I'm going to put the link in the chat, and really you don't even have to write anyone. Let's start with the state, because I'm already like, okay, Bob Ferguson, you should actually not write him and ask him to add more money because he already has. That's great. You should thank him, because that's what politicians need. When they did a thing that's great, they deserve the praise, because yay. So thank him, but also fuck Bob Ferguson. What are we talking about? You should write to him separately, and I have 3 links, and you can do this in 3 separate ways. Progressive revenue. That's I'm just going to say the words progressive revenue and demand more progressive revenue here in Washington. We have one of the most regressive tax states, and I talk about this all the time, and it gets boring and wonky. I am going to play, probably closing out with Sylvain. It's not on a 220 gram vinyl. Progressive taxes are when rich people pay the most. Regressive taxes are where you use things like sales taxes, and working class and struggling and people furthest from economic opportunity pay the most. Washington, I think, ranks, last I checked, second only to Florida in the most regressive, meaning, oh, well, you have the best tax system? No. Florida. We're close to Florida. Worst. We favor billionaires. That's why none of them move. That's why some of those corporations are here, but also the politicians use those excuses to, like, they'll move, but you're going to move them out of here. Yeah. Tech bros, go home. Move the corporations. Move the tech bros. Move all that shit out of here. Okay. That's interesting. This is Teenage News. Sylvain. Followed by, what's that got to do with rock and roll? But yeah, no. I would, if I were writing Bob Ferguson, I would thank him. I would thank him for funding food banks, but also ask him to expand that. Demand, as I have in the past, more progressive revenue. If I were writing Congress, it would be Patty Murray, Maria Cantwell. It would be in my district. And what do I have to say to them right now? That's because they already support the things and the values The Rock, in other local news, Wood-Fired Pizza is closing 6 out of 7 of their locations at the 6-7. No, I'm not. 6-7, but for real, doesn't it? Karma has feelings about my falsetto. Me too. This is What's That Got to Do with Rock and Roll? Fender times Hello Kitty. I've already talked about it. Sanrio has a history of racism that I'm not interested in diving back into, but kind of fuck Sanrio. Like, anyway, yeah, no, Fender times Hello Kitty came at exactly the wrong time for me because I have no interest in that. But and the American flag, the red, white, and blue colors, I see that. Like, it's not. I think I already said this. The Rock Wood-Fired 6-7. Rock Wood-Fired Pizza closing 6 out of 7 locations. I'm not sure which one they're keeping open. We already talked about the devastating loss that many are already, officially. Madame Lou's and the Hereafter are closing in December. Crocodile will continue despite some misinformation or disinformation around that. Shout out to Punks Over 50. Shout out to you. Thank you to everyone. But specifically, shout out to Punks Over 50. Shout out to Subjunctives. Shout out to, wood burning is punk. Shout out to the coasters that they created, but also shout out to the coasters. I was going to do some unboxing. I don't think I am. This isn't really a shout. Yeah, this is not a shout out. Sorry. There goes the Karma Cat. You had one job, CK1. Okay, no, well, I'm gonna, CK1 was the, why is CK1 shock for men? Like, the whole point of CK, we'll discuss in a future episode, but I can't right now. I need to find and figure out the perfect horror song to end this episode. Okay. Well, I I figured it out. I don't know. I don't know. No. Okay. Huh. Huh. Okay, well, I saw this is G-Eazy with Jer. Okay, me when I'm like, am I playing this whole fucking record? No, I'm not. Okay. This is Pentatonics with Ghostbusters. I think it's Zayn with Who? Yeah, no, it's Zayn with Who. So that was actually Girls Talk Boys by 5 Seconds of Summer, or at least a few seconds of that. This is Pentatonics, the a cappella artists. Are we going to play Ghoster by Wolf Alice? I think I probably will. Pentatonic. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I'm pretty sure I'm closing out with this. I mean, this is the end of the episode. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Well, to coffin break. This is coffin break. That's not a water bottle. Hi, Kanzi. Yeah, the balloons are still here, by the way, for the... Yeah, no. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Oh. Boop. Boop. Listen to Coffin Break. I don't have a song title, but thank you for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for boopity boopity boo. No, for real. Oh my god. It won't let me end the episode, but it is the end of the episode. This is the end of the episode. And unless anyone has anything else to add. Checking the chat and comments for one last time. Balloon.